Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to our continuing live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Round 2 for the men underway. Bowling on the medium pattern for round 2. It's the Montreal pattern, and you can find more information about it at worldbowling.org. Mike Fagan leading after the first round yesterday. Round 1 just 3 games, but rounds 2 and 3, 6 games each. So Mike Fagan with the early lead. He's about to bowl on lane 13, just barely. Lane 12, lane 12, Mike Fagan. His first frame coming up. Corey Simmons, the left-hander, in second place, former Team USA member. And there's Fagan, his first frame of the day, 3-6-10. So again, we're bowling 6 games on the Montreal pattern this morning for round 2 of the men, and then the women will come out this afternoon and bowl their 6 games on this Montreal pattern. Women are scheduled to start at 1:45 p.m. Central Time. You can find results and live scoring at bowl.com/summer trials, bowl.com/summer trials. Results and live scoring on the 2014 results page. Those who are just tuning in a little bit late this morning, we are underway with our first game of 6 here at the Summer Team USA Trials. We use 6 pairs of lanes, so everybody will roll 1 game on each pair in this second round. Top 2 men after round 3, which is a total of 15 games, will earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2015. Top 2 women will also earn automatic spots. Steve asking in our chat what pattern bowling on today. Bowling on Montreal, the medium pattern. And we do now have links to all 3 patterns being used this weekend on the website, bowl.com/summer trials. If you click on the information page, just posted the links to all 3 patterns that we're using here in rounds 1, 2, and 3. If you'd like to check those out. Approaching the halfway point of our opening game of 6 here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Vince Biondo on our featured pair 11 and 12 has got the front for this game. Bowling on Montreal, which is the medium pattern being used this weekend. Yesterday was short, Beijing. Tomorrow will be long, Paris. And today is medium. Women will be coming up at 1:45 p.m. Central Time for their second round. If you'd like to follow the live scoring, go to bowl.com/summer trials. Click on the 2014 results page and have a link to the live scoring there as well. Good start for Mike Fagan after shooting 7 to 49 and leading the way yesterday by more than 60 pins. Fagan's spare triple to start. He just backed off. And then we'll be stepping up to bowl here in just a moment. Looks like Vince Biondo will step up before Fagan with the front four. So lane 11, watch Vince. Let's see if he can turn it into the front five here. Justin Bowie has the front six on 7 and 8. Keep an eye on that. Vince slaps it out for the front five. All right, so Biondo stepping up now in the sixth frame with the front five. Going to come on your screen on the right side. Another strike for Vince. He's now got the front six. Mentioned that Justin Bowie had the front six and he went 7 spare. So his run of strikes is over. All right, here's Vince Biondo with the front six. Keeping an eye on him as he moves along this game. The light 7 got him. But a great start to round 2 for Vince Biondo with the front six, followed by the 7-pin. Just a few frames to go here in game one. Score's looking pretty solid for some bowlers across the ITRC here. Mike Fagan 2-4-8-10, and he converts it, slides it across for the spare. Standings are updated at the end of each game, so we'll be able to give you an update pretty quickly once they finish this first game. Just tuning in and watching Bowl TV's live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. And this is the conclusion of Game 1 of 6. As we wind things down here in our opening game on the Montreal pattern. Women are scheduled to start at 1:45 Central Time today with their second round. Could be a little bit after that, but it should be pretty close. Some pretty good scores so far from some of the players on our featured pairs. Biondo getting ready to shoot his spare on lane 11. Got a chance to shoot 259 this game. Thomas Barish, the second, getting ready to bowl his 10th frame on lane 12, can shoot 266. Mike Fagan can shoot 221. Over on 9 and 10, Michael Bailey can shoot 225. Roger Petrin, you see him stepping up bowling right now. Strike in the 8th for Roger. He's got a max of 236 out there. Nice split conversion there by Michael Bailey. Converts the 3.679. Fagan finishes with 221, and that should keep him in the lead. Corey Simmons had 180, second place, so he'll probably drop a little bit, I would guess. Final shot of our opening game here. Is everybody moving to their next pair for game number 2? Should be right moves right, left moves left if you're following the live scoring, and they just go one pair. So they just move one pair to the left or the right, because they're going to bowl on all 6 pairs anyway. Which means we'll have a few of the same bowlers as we did the first game, but we will see everybody in the field for 2 games today. Watching the Summer Team USA trials here on Bowl TV. Standings updated. Michael Fagan in the lead, 970 for 4 games. Justin Bowie in second place, 913. Corey Simmons, 869. Kevin Andes, 863. And Matt McNeil, 859. Top 5 after 4 total games. just tuning in, you're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bull TV. Round 2 for the men. We are in Game 2 of the second round. Game number 5 overall. You can find the results updated after each game at bull.com/summer trials. Live scoring on that page as well. You can take a look at any of the pairs in the ITRC here to see the live scoring. Mike Fagan leading after 4 games total with 970. That's a 242.5 average. Justin Bowie in second place, 913. Corey Simmons in third at 869. Kevin Andes 863 and Matt McNeil 859. Round out the top 5 after 4 total games. Watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bowl TV. Wrapping up game number 2 on the Montreal pattern, the medium pattern being used here in round 2. Mike Fagan, your leader after 4 games, shot .245 that game. So it looks like Fagan will continue to lead. Justin Bowie, who's in second place, .242 for him. Looks like Corey Simmons, who was third, shot .180. Kevin Andes, who's fourth place, is on our featured pair in this game. He's on lane. He will be on lane 11. A couple of bowlers from now. Close it out, he can shoot .226. And it looks like Matt McNeil, who's in fifth, shot .233. So it's going to be Fagan and Bowie first and second after 5 games as we wind things down here to end game 2 of 6 in the second round here this morning at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas.
Shot, Kev. I go with all the unpopular topics.
All right, updated standings now after 5 games for the tournament. Mike Fagan, 12-15. Justin Bowie at 11-55. Matt McNeil, 10-92 in third place. Kevin Andes at 10-78, and Devin Bidwell at 10-77 round out the top 5. So Fagan, Bowie, McNeil, Andes, and Bidwell, your top 5. Fagan leading by about 60 pins on the field with 10 games to go in the tournament. 4 games today and 6 games tomorrow. So we've finished a third of the 15 games at this point. And again, still 10 more games left. You can find the standings at bowl.com/summer trials. bowl.com/summer trials. And if you'd like to enter Team USA trials in January for your chance to make it on to Team USA, go to bowl.com/Team USA trials and get signed up. The last couple years, that event has sold out for the men. And it is again maxed at 175 on the men's side. So if you would like to bowl in January at the Team USA trials, you need to get signed up early. And registration is now open if you would like to get signed up. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're watching Bold TV's live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials. Men's second round underway in the fourth frame of game number 3. Following a total of 6 games today on Montreal pattern, which is the medium pattern being used this weekend. Bowled 3 games yesterday on short, 6 today on medium, 6 tomorrow on long. And after that, 15-game totals are finalized. The top 2 men and the top 2 women will earn automatic spots on Team USA in 2015. Halfway through game 3. The men's second round. If you're just joining us, Mike Fagan is leading the tournament after 5 total games at 12-15. That's an average of 243. Justin Bowie in second place at 11:55. Matt McNeil in third at 10:92. Kevin Andes 10:78. Devin Bidwell 10:77. Round out your top 5. Mike Fagan, by the way, I believe will be on the featured pair for the final game. Fagan started on 11 and 12, was moving right, so he should make it to 9 and 10 for the last game. For those just tuning in, you're watching the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bull TV. This is Game 3, wrapping up. Just a couple of frames to go here in our third game. It'll take us to the halfway point of this block. This is game number 6 overall in the tournament. 3 games yesterday on the short pattern. And after this game, we will have both 3 games on the medium pattern, Montreal. And 3 more games to come. The women will be on at approximately 1:45 p.m. Central Time for their 6-game second round on the medium pattern. And things wrap up tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. Central Time with round 3, which will be 6 games on the long pattern, which is Paris. Mike Fagan leading the tournament after 5 total games. Justin Bowie in second place. You can find live scoring and results updated after each game at bowl.com/summertrials. Looks like Justin Bowie shot 237. He's already finished game 3. Mike Fagan can max at 225. Matt McNeil was in third place coming into this game. He's on our featured pairs. He is the number 1 bowler on lane 12, and he can shoot 248 this game. Kevin Andes, who is in 4th, also on the featured pair. He's the 3rd bowler on lane 9. He is about to be up on lane 9. His max score this game, 234. Devin Bidwell, who was in 5th place, also on the featured pairs this game. He is the 1st bowler on lane 10 and has a maximum score of 214. Looks like Fagan doubled in the 10th, and that'll get him in the 220s this game. So Justin Bowie makes up a little bit of ground on him. McNeil opens in the 10th for 216. Misses the washout. Final frame of Game 3. Winding down here. Game 3 underway. Sorry, Game 4 underway. Game 3 just concluded. And we'll give the standings here in just a moment. All right, so your results after 6 total games. Mike Fagan leading at 1440 to 240 average. Justin Bowie in second place at 1392. Third place is Chris Coella at 1333. Matt McNeil in fourth at 1308. And Corey Simmons in fifth place at 1286. So Fagan and Bowie, your top two after 6 total games. We are in game 4 of 6 today. As we have just passed the halfway point of this round. The women were scheduled to start about 1:45 Central Time. I believe it'll be a little bit later than that, probably a little after 2 o'clock is when they'll get started. Again, you can find the results and live scoring at bowl.com/summer trials. Watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA trials from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. This is game 4 of 6 in our men's second round. Keeping an eye on lanes 9 and 10, 11 and 12 here. The featured pairs. You can find live scoring and results at bowl.com/summer trials. You'll be able to follow the live scoring for any of the 6 pairs that we are using for the tournament. Looks like Brian Easel has the front 6 on 11 and 12 this game. Got a couple of bowlers who have big strings of strikes in this game going, so we'll keep an eye on them and let you know if we have any potential for a perfect game as they head into the final frame. Still a little ways to go, though, here in game 4. You're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bold TV. We are in the closing stages of Game 4 of 6. Bryant Ezel with the front 8 on the featured pairs this game as we move along into the final couple of frames. And Neil Stremmel, managing director that oversees the Team USA program, is sitting in. Hi, Neil. How are you today?
Good, good. How are you doing?
Good. I lose track of everybody's titles around these parts, so forgive me if I don't remember what your exact title is, but you pretty much oversee the NGB stuff and equipment specs and rules and that kind of stuff. Correct?
Exactly. And then Team USA and coaching as well. So.
Yep. But we're just hanging out watching Game 4. It's a long day for the guys with 5 on a pair. It takes about 45 minutes a game, so they're moving along at about the pace that we expect. And the scores looking pretty good this game, actually. See some guys who stringing some strikes together.
Yeah, you finally get to feel a little more comfortable and cover. You know, think the lanes start to open up and cover a little bit more of the lane, and the ones that can get comfortable. So we're starting to see a little bit of that, which is good.
Chris Coel has the front 9 down on lane 4. If you want to follow that on the live scoring. And Bryant Ezel is getting ready to bowl on lane 11 with the front 8. I haven't had a 300 game yet, but could be coming here pretty soon.
Yeah, this is a Montreal pattern. It's 41 feet. It's it's a World 10-Pin Bowling Association or World Bowling pattern, and it's a tough one. And it needs a little bit of play to open up, and got to get comfortable. And if you don't shoot it right out of the gate on the pair you just practiced on, usually is about the time we start to see some strings. We'll see how Bryant does.
Bryant getting ready to step up on lane 11. See him there in the middle of your screen. Has the front 8 right now.
Oh.
Oh, gotta like that break.
Yep. That never happens to me when I have the front 8. I leave the bucket.
I never have the front 8, so, not that lucky. But now he's got the front 9, so we're going to take it to the 10th frame and see if we can take advantage of that good break. And
that's what you got to do. You get those breaks, and rarely do you have a 300 game that you just feel like everyone was just perfect. There's always something in there that's lucky, and that makes up for the 279s where you feel like they were all right there and you left a 10 pin or something.
Well, while we wait for Bryant to bowl his 10th frame, I guess we'll talk about Team USA Trials, which is coming up in January. It's sold out, the guys' side, the last couple of years, and I would guess that you expect that it's probably going to happen again this time around with only 175 spots, which, in my opinion, adds a little prestige to the event when it sells out year after year.
Yeah, it gets tough to find a place where we can take more than 175 without running into all kinds of problems. We need more lanes, or we need a whole nother shift, and we're just not at a point where we're ready to, put out 250 bowlers, which would make me feel comfortable to have 2 shifts. So 175 is our max, and yes, we've sold out. So get your application in, get your fees paid, and get there. It's a great event. It's twice what you're looking at right here. We bowl on 5 different patterns, some short, some medium, some long, and we use a point system where you get points each day based on where you finish each day. And the main reason for doing that is so we don't have to worry about the scoring pace, because if you end up with one pattern averaging 240 and a different pattern averaging 170, well, you just gave somebody a huge advantage on one pattern, and that's not what we're about. We're about just trying to make sure that everything's looked at evenly and equal. So that's the main thing. Because when you bowl internationally, that's what that's about. Either you win or you lose, and then you move on to the next day.
Yeah, it's and I would say that last year I think we sold out at sometime in mid-December. So
yes,
it was pretty early. I think it was before we had an early entry deadline. I think it was even before that right at it that it sold out. So you don't want to mess around if you plan to bowl, because you don't want to get shut out. You don't want to be in a situation where you're on a waiting list. So definitely get entered early.
Yeah, we had a waiting list last year, actually.
Yep.
And I think it worked out only because it's January and we had a tough weather time frame then, and some people from across the country couldn't make it. But luckily, over the years, knock on wood, that hasn't been a problem for us. We bowl in January, and it's not the kind of thing that has been a problem for us, surprisingly.
Yeah, fortunately, the tournament's in Vegas, which the weather there is normally not too bad, although I have seen it snow 6 inches in Vegas before in January.
Yes.
But it's the problem of sometimes getting to Vegas from other cities. And last year had a couple of snowstorms that caused some people to miss flights, and they didn't make it in time. And I think we ended up with actually a little bit less than 175 guys bowling, only because I had some people who didn't actually make it on site. But you definitely want to get signed up early, because you don't want to take that risk that you will get shut out. And Chris left, looks like a 3-6-10 on the front 9 down on lane 4, so he will not bowl 300, and it's down to Bryant to see if we will have a 300 this game. We haven't had anybody really get close
till now.
Both, I think we had maybe a front 7 or front 8 earlier, but that's about it. And the women are going to get started a little bit behind schedule. They're scheduled for 1:45. I think realistically probably about 2:10 somewhere in there is when they'll get started. But with only 3 out of pair, they'll get done pretty quick. And we'll finish pretty close to on time, which really doesn't matter that much. But there's a big football game tonight just down the street. Got Oklahoma State playing Florida State, Cowboy Stadium. If you're not
Yep.
familiar with where the ITRC is, it's right. Basically, we're neighbors with Six Flags, the Texas Rangers Stadium, and Cowboys Stadium as well. So it's pretty close to a lot of different things that are going on.
Yeah, they call it the entertainment district.
Yeah.
And literally I've parked my car here at work at the parking lot, and I walk to the baseball game or I walk to a football game. So it's convenient from that standpoint.
Can also be bad sometimes if the traffic gets real gnarly
Right.
around here. Especially opening day of baseball seems to be the one day that's the worst around for traffic.
Yeah, that's always a day game, and it's always packed. And when we're trying to get out of work, it's usually plenty of traffic.
Well, Brian's getting ready to bowl on lane 12 here in just a moment, and he's got the front 9. You can see him just creeping into the picture there. Looked like he pulled that one.
Yep,
Left the 6 pin.
a little high, got a little fast, pulled down on the ball at the top of the swing and yanked it.
That's got to be hard to get a lamped up. You got the front
Yeah.
9 at the team trials.
Yep, that's the way it goes, and it's still going to be a great game. And it's a long road. Got a few more games today and 6 more tomorrow on Paris.
Yeah, and really with only there's 15 games. It's based on total pins, so I got to have a lot of players that will still be in the hunt tomorrow to get in the top 2 and get those automatic spots on Team USA. So I would imagine that it should be pretty exciting tomorrow as we come down to a close, although we'll have to see if anybody
never-
really pulls away in these games today to create some distance between the top 2 spots and the rest of the field. But you may have some guys who bowl great on the short and the medium and don't have as great a look on the long, and then things tighten up pretty quick.
Yep, that's exactly how it goes. And Paris is the longest of all the patterns, so it'll be a test. Anybody that bowls well on short or medium may not bowl too well on the longest pattern that's out there. So it looks like Bryant finishes with 279, so still a very solid game. Big movement for him in the standings, I'm sure. So that's a big help.
Yeah, Paris is a long pattern, 47 feet, but pretty light on the volume, actually, though, 21.55.
Yeah, it actually used to be the lowest volume pattern. It was about 18-something mils.
Yeah.
And so it was the longest pattern with the lowest volume. But we built it up a little bit. I work with Gus Valjean from Kegel, and we're on the WTBA technical committee together and put all these patterns together. There's 12 of them. We use them at Junior Gold. We use them at team trials. We use them here at summer team trials because that's what is used internationally. You bowl an international event, whether it's an American zone event or a world event, and this is pretty much patterns they use. They'll pick 2 of these, and you just have to be ready. So when we do team trials, we want to make sure people are capable of bowling on these types of patterns, short, medium, and long. And that's how we want to make our selection, or how we want people to make the team, is proving they can bowl on this type of pattern, which is an international pattern.
Well, today's pattern is Montreal, 41 feet and 27.55 mils of oil, and tomorrow 47 feet but 21.55. So this one actually has more volume. And what does that actually mean when the volume is higher on this pattern versus the long pattern, 47 feet?
No, it's just designed to hold up a little bit longer, make you play a little bit more of a defined area on the lane. So you can't get too deep or you can't get too far right without, running into some trouble, or just truly having to be dead nuts on accurate and consistent. So, if you want to find the area of the lane that gives you the most error, which is what you should always be trying to do, in my opinion, you gotta play a certain part of the lane, and it's going to transition as you move because with a higher volume, there's going to be more change percentage-wise. When you get to something like Paris, it's thinner and allows you to kind of have more of an area where you can start, and that gives you some options and opportunities. We made it a little bit tougher recently to make it hard to point the ball from the corner, because that kind of didn't make a lot of sense on the longest pattern WTBA has or World Bowling now has, to be able to just point it from the corner. So there's not much room to do that, but there's still a couple different zones that you can play on that Paris. But eventually, pretty much everybody gets deep, and bowling 6 games on it tomorrow with 5 on a pair will be loft and gutter is my guess by the time we get to game 5 and 6. Some people will be anyways.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if that pans out or not tomorrow. Usually,
yes.
I think from what I've seen on Paris, that's usually kind of what happens.
Yeah, because usually when you bowl 6 games on it, you're bowling doubles or singles internationally, so that's 2 per lane or 4 per pair. When you bowl trios or team, which is 3 a lane or 5 a lane, they bowl 3 games at a time. So we're really pushing the limits as to how much this pattern or these patterns are supposed to hold up for, and we realize that, but that's part of our selection process, part of making sure we understand, or the bowlers understand, what's going on and how things change and move, and we want to evaluate that as part of the process as well.
Neil Stremmel is joining us. And Neil, I was hoping that we would get more viewers if we brought you on, but it really hasn't worked. Let me see if we've gone backwards. Have we lost any viewers since Neil came on?
I see a little dip there, yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a dip.
Yeah, I scared him away. I have a pretty monotone voice. I put them to sleep. They probably fell asleep and hit the keyboard with their head and clicked it off. Got to get the word out on Facebook that, hey, Neil's on Bowl TV. Don't have to listen to just Lucas all the time.
That's right, yeah. Well, it's hard to do extensive commentary on these events where it's, qualifying for many hours upon hours. But try to chime in every once in a while and make it a little more interesting with some commentary.
Yeah, and this format's pretty tough. I mean, it's total games after 3 days, or total pins after 3 days. 15 games, and so there's not a lot of excitement each day, at least internationally. You have some qualifying, but then there's the finals, and just trying to make the top 4 is a big deal, and leading is a big deal because you get to select your patterns, and so there's a lot more going on. This is really just, hey, at the end of today we'll be,
Yeah, it's just qualifying with no cut or with no
Exactly.
finals. It's just
So, and truly.
But that's the way that you get the best bowlers, is by looking at it over the long term. You don't necessarily determine who's the best by having 15 games of qualifying and then stepladder finals, because the guy who bowled the best over the course of the week may not win.
Yeah.
But in this situation, the person who bowls the best over the course of the 15 games is going to win.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily want the person that just does really well on one pattern. We need
exactly.
a good overall player. If somebody matches up on one pattern, that's great, and we might look at that person for a selection if we know internationally that, hey, we're going to be bowling on the short, and this guy or girl really dominated on that particular pattern. That might be worth it to us, but more times than not, we need people to be versatile, understand what's going on out on the lanes, whether it's short, medium, or long, because even internationally you don't get to just bowl on one pattern, so it's just not something that's overly beneficial for us. We need versatility.
Is that one reason why we only bowl 3 games on the short this weekend? Is because the short patterns really don't change a whole lot. I mean, most of the time you're just kind of playing up the boards outside with a urethane ball, tossing it at the head pin, which is what it seems like short patterns have become these days.
Yeah, there's really a very defined area to play. There's a type of equipment that you need, and either you got it or you don't. And if you don't have it, we don't want to punish you to to the point of, you're completely out of it, or or you hate the format. But if you have it, we want to know it. We want to be able to see that you know what's going on. You actually should be using a very low end piece of equipment. Pitch black has always been great, blue hammers and older urethane balls. But surprisingly, on a short pattern, you need to get some surface on it, because you don't want the ball reading the lane further down the lane, because there's no defined area there. It's dry. You need the ball to read up front where the pattern is. Find the funnel, find the area, and read that, and get into a roll, heading towards the pocket. That's what the short pattern's about, and a lot of people get that because we've been bowling on short at junior gold and internationally for quite some time. But there's still plenty of people who need to learn, and it can be painful to try to learn in this kind of an atmosphere. So 3 games on short is definitely more than enough for us. We don't want anybody to run away on the short, and this seems to be a good format to get us started on Friday, and then pull 2 full sets on Saturday and Sunday, and then people can get home.
It seems like over the last I don't know how many years, few years, that it's become more commonplace that people are using urethane balls on short patterns, which it didn't seem like it was always the case maybe 10 years ago. It seems like it's become more and more, I don't know, popular. That's the thing to do, is to bowl with the urethane ball on the short pattern. Have the patterns changed over time, or is it just that people have found that you can be pretty successful? Higher rev rates means that they can actually get the urethane ball to... I know if I threw a urethane ball on a short pattern, I would leave it like a 5 or a 10 pin every single time, because I don't have the hand to be able to carry. But it seems like maybe it's just the higher rev rates of the players these days have allowed them to use those urethane balls a lot.
Yeah, it's tough to have a high-end, high-performance, aggressive ball on the short pattern, because again, you need it to read early, because before you know it, the ball's out of the oil, ball's out of the pattern. And I think it just took a while for people to realize that, hey, urethane ball is key for this, because it can read early and then sit and be nice and smooth, and not overreact on the back end at all, not jump, not give you surprises. It's very consistent. And even 10 years ago, urethane equipment, that was old technology, and with the technology boom in bowling, it was more along the lines of, well, God, I can't go back and use old technology, because that doesn't make any sense. Well, in actuality, based on the reasons I've just been talking about, the urethane balls are the ones that read where you want them to read, especially if you scuff them up, like I said, and then they don't overreact further down the lane. They're very smooth, and you can get the ball lined up and not have any overreaction or craziness going on. It's smooth and predictable, and gets you what you expect. Keeps you out of trouble as well. So.
Yeah, it seemed like a few years ago everybody was scrambling to find the oldest urethane balls they could, because there weren't really any new urethane balls being produced. But now it seems like more urethane balls are being produced, because it's become very popular for bowlers to need those urethane covers on the short patterns. And even see it at a PBA tour, sometimes they use the urethane equipment as well.
Definitely. Especially on the short, like the cheetah, it's a must-have on the cheetah, and it's really a must-have on all the short patterns here. Yeah, there was a time where everybody's trying to dig up all the old stingrays and blue hammers, and
people were trying to stockpile them like it was the end of the world. All the different countries, especially for world championships, it became almost necessary to have them, and if you didn't have them, you were at a disadvantage.
Yeah, so it was a little crazy from that standpoint. And of course, the stuff that you could find was 16 pounds, And so they're really trying to hunt the 15-pound stuff up, which was harder to find, and especially, most of them were already drilled, so you had to deal with that. And anyways, there's more options out there today. Some of the lower end stuff, the natural came out, and the natural pearl, and now the pitch black. Those have all been successful. And then of course ebonite came out, or hammer, a brand of ebonite came out with a re-release of the blue hammer, and started seeing those like crazy. So there's definitely multiple options out there, which definitely see on the short. We saw that in Hong Kong with the youth. Started to see the pitch black and see it do well.
Yeah, as patterns have kind of, I don't know, we go through kind of different phases in bowling in terms of the amount of oil and the complexity of lane patterns. And, it used to be pretty basic back in the old days when they were bowling with the Manhattan rubber and black beauties, and, it wasn't as complicated of a game as it is these days. And as bowling balls have evolved, lane patterns have evolved, and just seems cyclical. Now we're back back in the urethane days again.
Yeah, exactly. And
it's just been interesting to watch it over the past couple decades, how things change. And
yeah, and you could say that from a variety of ways. You could say that from you're talking about bowling balls. You could say that with the patterns as well. We in the 80s there were short, limited distance dressing, so short patterns, and trying to do that to help control scoring back in the day, and unsuccessfly, I might add. And that's the type of equipment that was used back then, plastic and urethane, and so that didn't work then because you could still score on it. So now here we are putting out short patterns again to put something different out, and next thing you know, people realize, oh, we actually knew this 20 years ago. Why are we trying to throw the latest and greatest on this older style of a lane pattern? So yeah, and then they'll adjust a lane pattern, and bowling balls will change to adapt to that, and then the lane oil and or the pattern will adjust again. It's very cyclical. It's a lot of defense depending on which area you're coming from, conditioner or a proprietor or a ball manufacturer.
Well, we're in Game 5. Let's give you an update on the standings after 7 total games. Mike Fagan at 1647. Chris Coella at 1608. Justin Bowie 1570. Matt McNeil 1527. And Kevin Andes at 1502.
Yeah, so fairly tight there, and definitely anything can happen on the Paris pattern, the longer pattern. So you got to stay within striking distance and make your move tomorrow if that's the way it's got to be.
Yeah, Fagan's been looking pretty good so far. He's right now 77 pins ahead of third. So if he can continue to grow that lead on third place, he will be in a pretty solid position to earn a automatic spot on Team USA, which I think will surprise absolutely no one, because he's obviously one of the better players in the game. These days, and so probably the most decorated player in the field this week, I would say.
Yeah, and he bowled for Team USA earlier this summer in Puebla, Mexico, at the Pan Am Sports Festival. Him and Nathan Bohr represented the U.S. and got us qualified for the Pan Am Games, which will be in Toronto next year. So that was critical for us, and did a great job as he always does. Bowled well yesterday on the short. He's really learned very well how to attack the short pattern, and it can have one of the biggest areas if you know how to attack the short. And I would say today would be his toughest test, because I've seen him bowl well on the Paris very many times. So, and he lofts the ball
Yeah.
over the gutter as well as anybody. So if that's where he ends up in Game 5 and 6, that'll be right in his wheelhouse, and he should do well. But
well, he's 98 over today, so he's doing pretty well today. And he shot a big number yesterday, 149 over for 3 games yesterday.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see Mike Fagan on for the last game coming up in just a bit here. And Nathan Borbolin on our featured pairs this game. He made the team last year here at the summer trials.
Yep.
Nathan is currently sitting in 11th place at plus 54.
Yeah, so he made the team right here a year ago, and we used him at a very critical tournament just earlier this summer. That tournament was critical to USBC just because that is, for the men, that was our only chance to qualify for the Pan Am Games. And Pan Am Games is our biggest link to the Olympics, our biggest link to USOC, and
it is definitely, without a doubt, our most significant Team USA event that we bowl in over the course of every 4 years.
Yeah.
It's not even close to. I mean, it's in terms of prestige and outside of the bowling industry, it is the biggest event that we bowl in.
Yeah.
It may not be perceived as the most prestigious event the Team USA bowls in tournament-wise. That might be the World Championships, but for the USOC and outside of the industry, it's definitely the biggest event.
Yeah. Totally agree. And
it's going to be in Toronto next year.
Yes.
In July, I believe.
Yep, late July. It's an event where 2 men and 2 women go to bowl, and they bowl singles and doubles, but there's also mixed doubles, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it only comes around every 4 years, so it's hard to remember. Let's see, I'm sure I have it in my files here.
And it's a great event. We get treated like every other athlete that's at the event, which is similar to the Olympics. It's like an American zone Olympics, and it's a good precursor for many of the sports, to prepare for the Olympics. And for us, it's a good chance for us to showcase that bowling is a sport, and we deserve to be in the Olympics, and that's one of our goals right now and what we're pushing towards over the next couple of years.
Pan Am Games has 2 medal events, doubles and singles.
Okay. My bad. We bowled in the Pan Am Sports Festival. We bowled a mixed doubles, and I was thinking that was the same format.
And I think that the United States at the Pan Am Games has won 20 out of 28 gold medals since it became a medal sport in 1991. So we've done pretty good at the Pan Am Games over the years.
Yeah, we take it very seriously, like we were just talking, and as we should. And it's our chance to shine in front of a different audience. So that's we're going to continue to take it very seriously. Always send our best players there, and
actually the Pan Am Games, if I'm not mistaken, usually has kind of a different process to determine who bowls for the United States, right? I remember we always had like a Pan Am trials or something in the past. Is that going to happen again?
Yeah, good question. The requirement by USOC for athletes to participate in the Pan Am Games has to be decided in competition or series of competitions, and you can't just select who you would like to go, as I'm sure some of the sports did over the years. So we will have team trials next year, and that will be 60% of the decision-making process because it's not a selection. And then the Masters for the men.
That would be the Pan Am team trials, not the Team USA trials, right?
No, the Team USA trials.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, we're going to use the Team USA trials. We haven't actually announced this yet.
Well, sorry, I didn't realize we were breaking news here.
Breaking news. But the exact percentages haven't been decided. It hasn't been approved. It needs to be approved by the Athlete Advisory Council. But currently the plan is that at team trials we will have 60% of the deciding factor would be the scoring there, most likely total pins, and then the Masters for the men and the Queens for the women, based on their finish at those events, would be the remaining 40%. So, you know, it's two different events. You'll have to do well in both of them to be one of the top two to qualify for the Pan Am Games.
So I guess that means that in order to make yourself eligible to even bowl the Pan Am Games, all the big names who are on Team USA are going to have to bowl the Team USA trials in January. It's kind of what it comes down to, right?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now. You know, the only other option would be to have some other special event, and it's just not.
Which we have done in the past.
Yeah. But
I think
economically,
we did it associated with the training camp, I think, in the past.
yeah. 4 years ago, we did it right here at the ITRC. It was just
Right.
Team USA against Team USA, and again, that was just part of the scoring. Back when we were housed in Wisconsin, headquartered in Wisconsin, we had it in the research center, which had 8 lanes, all different surfaces. So that was kind of a mess.
Yeah, it was unique.
Yeah, it was unique. Thank you. Much better, much better choice of words than the engineer came up with. Good job, Mr. Communications.
That's right. That's why I'm the words guy.
Good job. And so that was very unique. And we've pretty much looked at those formats, and they're very inefficient and don't feel like true competition. So we're going to use team trials, Masters, and the Queens. That's the plan as of right now. I think that'll still give us 2 very highly qualified individuals, and meets the USOC requirements, and should be fun.
Yeah, last time the Pan Am Games came along, we sent Chris Barnes, Bill O'Neill, Liz Johnson, and Kelly Kulik. So that's
It's pretty solid there.
pretty solid.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully, if that is indeed determined to be the process, it will lead to some more big names bowling the team trials in January, which is always good for bowl TV ratings.
Yeah.
Of course, looking at the stepladder finals from last year, which was really a great finals in January Team USA trials, more than 170,000 views on that stepladder finals from last year, or last January. So that was pretty good. But that's what happens when you've got big names in the stepladder, like Chris Barnes, Mike Fagan, John Stravinsky, Shannon Plahowski, Sarah Locher, and Brittany Hamilton all made it to the finals last year. So.
Yeah, it was great finals on both sides.
And we'll be doing that again in January, so make sure you get your entries in early if you're going to bowl the Team USA trials, because I'm predicting that the men's field for the Team USA trials will be sold out by December 7th. I'm going to go with December 7th. That's my prediction. So we'll see.
All right.
Let's make a note of that and see if I'm right.
Yeah, I agree with you. It should be very close to that date. I think about the 15th is our cutoff, and it was very close to that last year. And actually, we've been increasing every year for the past, 5, 6, 7 years. So it's been a great event, and we want to continue it. It's going to be at the Orleans. I think check-in is on January 2nd with practice, and then 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th are the 5 days of qualifying on 5 different world bowling patterns.
I'm going to change my prediction, by the way, because I just noticed that the early entry deadline is December 1st.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's probably because it sold out last year, so it moved up the deadline even further. You actually save $45 if you enter by December 1st.
Yeah.
After December 1st, if there are even spots available, it goes up to $395. So I would say that it could be sold out by Thanksgiving if we push it pretty hard, because people don't want to get shut out, and so they've proven that they will enter early to avoid being shut out, and so that's important to note that December 1st is the cutoff, and we just put this on the website just about a week ago. So if you'd like to sign up, you can go to bowl.com/Team USA Trials.
Please do.
I think we won't have any problem getting the men's field sold out. I think that we'd like to see more bowlers on the women's side for sure. It's gone up the last few years, but of course, we'd like to have even more. So let's see, how many did we have last year on the women's side? We had
it's about 110 or 15.
Somewhere around there. Let's see, it was 105.
105.
Yep.
Again, we had a few no-shows due to the weather, but
yep. I think it was supposed to be around 110, and it ended up dropping down a bit. But
so ultimately, we'd like to have that continue to increase. I'd like to get that to 175 as well. So.
Well, we're past the halfway point in Game 5. Still a game and a half to go before we're done with the guys' second round. And then the women will come out probably about 30, 35 minutes after the guys finish. It takes about 30 minutes to run the lanes.
Yep.
So should be pretty quick.
Yeah, maybe about 2 o'clock. I don't see any big strings this game. I'm a little surprised. There's some strings, but there's no front 6 or 7.
Yeah, you got some people bowling good, but nothing outrageous this game.
Yeah, it's just
things go through transitions, and
Yeah, and it's just not that big of a wall, not that easy of a pattern, and it's for one of the medium patterns, it's this in Seoul and Atlanta and Athens, the 4 medium patterns, they're scoring pace wise and difficulty wise, they're all about the same. If you look at the short, in my opinion, the Stockholm is by far the easiest of all the short patterns. Los Angeles can be really tricky. Beijing, depending on the topography, can be tricky or easy both ways. But Stockholm seems to be consistently the easiest. And we bowled on that here last year at summer team trials, and at team trials actually in January. But Beijing is a little tricky, and then Montreal, definitely not easy.
Well, you can find the results and the live scoring at bowl.com/summer trials. If you'd like to keep an eye on any of the pairs that we're not covering. The good thing about using just 6 pairs for this tournament is that we have a third of all the lanes covered in the live streaming every game, because we've got 2 of the 6 pairs.
Yeah, and when you bowl 6 games and you have 6 pairs, it makes it pretty easy to make sure everybody hits every pair.
Yeah, so it worked out well in that regard. Obviously, probably wishing we would have had a full field of 40 for the guys, but 30, pretty good.
Yep.
That's another reason why you don't see too many 300s. It's just the volume of bowlers is less than it will be at, for example, the team trials in January.
Yep. And I could, same on the women's side. We didn't quite get there either, and it's a little frustrating. The plan is to go to Green Bay next year. Now, when we have it here in the ITRC, cost for travel for staff is nothing. Lineage to the ITRC is it's an internal thing, so the cost is very minimal. But we're planning to go to Green Bay next year to hold this. We've had it here last summer and this summer. We were hoping to build by next summer. And once again, a bowling event that isn't supported, and this is on the men's side and the women's side, makes it difficult to continue doing it. Our regular team trials in January is a fantastic event, and it's growing every year for the past 5 to 7 years. This one, again, I'm just not 100% sure. I can't put my finger on it. Is it the weekend we chose? Because we're choosing a holiday weekend, but that's so people can get in and out on a weekend, take minimal time off, if any, from work, and be able to get your chance to make Team USA. So
yeah, I don't know if it's the timing or what that it led to not as many folks bowling this year, but it could be, it's late August. Maybe a lot of people haven't bowled over the summer.
Yeah.
It's a holiday weekend. Maybe people like to traditionally spend this time with their families. I don't know. It's hard to say. Bowling can be pretty fickle when it comes to picking dates to have events. You don't know what's going to work well and what's not. I think, and it also depends on the part of the country you're in. From living in Wisconsin that they don't bowl at all up there in the summertime. A lot of the bowling centers closed down actually, and so it's not a lot of people who take it too seriously in the summertime. But you would think that there's enough elite level bowlers out there that are bowling constantly that would like to go for a spot on Team USA. And if you're a female bowler who averages anything decent, this would be it's a dream opportunity to make it onto Team USA potentially. With there's only 18 people here. You're not going to find better odds to make it on the national team than the one we got this weekend.
No, and if we're going to hold an event, we want to make sure that we're going to get quality people on the team. So I think the plan is we'll do this in Green Bay, which go to Wisconsin and the Midwest, and there should be a lot of bowlers in that area that would love this opportunity. And it'll probably be weekend of August 1st next year, and I just hope it grows from here, and then maybe we find a little bit better of a consistent home for it. But
well, Mike Fagan is continuing to bowl well, and very well may pull away a little bit this game from the field. He's gone strike, spare, four-bagger. So he's starting to build a little bit of distance, especially between himself and third place, which is really the key. This weekend, it doesn't matter if you win. You get a trophy, but this tournament's not about winning. It's about being in the top two to get the spots on Team USA.
Correct.
So it's there's not a big prize pool here to win. If you're winning the tournament, it's like the Masters where you're getting big check at the end. It's more about making Team USA. So the goal is just to be first or second this week. So I think Fagan could be up on the field on third place by 100 pins by the end of this day if things continue, and so it's looking pretty good for him so far. We'll see him last game.
Yep, and he's in fourth place for today, but he bowled the best yesterday, and he's in fourth today. So overall, that puts him in the lead overall. So it'll be interesting tomorrow as to what we end up with. If he has a big lead where we're not even talking about first, we're just talking about the cut for second, and it'll be interesting. Yeah, because right now, second place, there's several people that have got a shot to still make the top two. So, and then tomorrow is always somebody who has a chance to make a big move, because the longest pattern that's out there, some people are going to struggle, and trust me, there's scores to be had. So
Yeah,
come out.
and by the same token, if Fagan comes out and bowls a 170 game, then all of a sudden it's right back to being nice and close probably. So it's it's easy to think that he could pull away, but it's it's also realistic that it could go the other direction as well. It's just, you never know, especially on these tough sport patterns.
Yeah, and every game is key. It's 15 games, so one bad game isn't going to kill you. Everybody's pretty much going to have that, but you just can't let it get away from you. You got to stay close. Grind them out if you have to grind it out, but don't lose track of the big picture.
Our end pairs really take advantage of only having to give courtesy to their right or left because they're already in the 10th frame.
Yeah.
And we're in the 8th frame on our featured pairs here.
Yeah, that's true on 3 and 4 as well. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, there's nobody to their left. And on 13 and 14, there's nobody to their right.
Yep, so we got a couple games that are already
done.
Finished.
I see that they've got the live streaming on in the Paddock/Walter A. Williams Jr. conference room.
Yep.
I don't know if they can hear us in there, but hello to everybody who might be watching in the conference room over there. Got it on the big screen at the. I don't think anybody's really hanging out in there. I see a couple people, but.
Yeah, I went in there earlier, and that's running through an iPad and Apple TV to get that up there. So it's.
Is there volume in that room in there?
Yes, there is.
Excellent.
Hello.
The people in there are going to turn around and look at us here in just a minute because it's delayed a little bit, I'm sure. Well, we're just wrapping up Game 5. And one more game to go after this one. Like we said, the women will start a few minutes behind schedule. Probably a little after 2 p.m. Central Time, but they should bowl pretty fast and get done around 5. So we still have about 4.5 hours of live streaming for you here on Bowl TV today. And then tomorrow as well, the final round starting at 8 a.m. Central and should be done around 4:30 tomorrow afternoon Central Time.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like flying to Hong Kong. You're on the flight, and it's going to take 16 hours to get there. And you've been on the flight for a few hours, and then you realize you still got like 10 more hours to go. So I realize that everybody has to listen to Lucas for another 4 hours. So I'll probably step out now, but I'll come back a little bit later and.
Yeah, that's fine. And actually, the brilliant thing about the new setup that we've had for a little less than a year now is that we've got the scoreboards on the screen, which puts less pressure on me to talk the entire time because I don't have to tell you what the score is. You can see it yourself, which is nice. You can follow exactly what's going on the featured pairs without needing somebody to sit here and
hold your hand,
give it to you. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
You can just watch it. You're on your own. So. But yeah, we'll be back in a little bit with an update on the standings after this game ends. Thanks, Neil, for sitting in, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Standings after 8 total games now in here. Mike Fagan leading at 1861. Chris Coella at 1810. Justin Bowie at 1760. Devin Bidwell 1729. And Vince Biondo at 1716 is your top 5. After 8 games, 1 game to go today. You can find the results and the live scoring at bowl.com/summer trials. Bowl.com/summer trials. This is our final game of round 2 for the men. The women coming up in about an hour. We're watching live coverage of the USBC Summer Team USA Trials here on Bull TV. This is the last game of the men's second round. Mike Fagan, your leader on the far left side of your screen there. His fourth consecutive strike. Women's second round will start 30 to 40 minutes after we finish this squad. Probably around 2:10, somewhere in there, Central Time. So that'll be coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. If you'd like to find more information, results, standings on this tournament, go to bull.com/summer trials. Well, we're in the final frame of our last game of this squad here at the Summer Team USA Trials. Just wrapping things up here. Looks like Mike Fagan is going to stay in the lead. Fagan can shoot 247 this game. expect that the women will get started probably about 10 after 2.
I missed 8. I missed as many maple.
But we'll come back on the air once they get going in a little bit.
So you're just funny. Right
Fagan with the double in the 10th. It's going to put him in the 240s. So Mike Fagan easily going to be in the lead going into the final round. And probably will be more than 100 pins up on third with 6 games to go on the long pattern tomorrow. It's Fagan's last shot. 247 for Mike Fagan. Shoots 169 over today, it looks like. A couple more shots to go here to wrap up round 2 for the men at the summer team trials. Again, the men will be on the lanes tomorrow afternoon, starting at noon Central Time for the final round. Expect that the women will get started in about 40 minutes or so. We will, of course, let you know on Facebook and Twitter once we get the live stream up and running again. That's going to do it. We'll be back again with the women again in about 40 minutes or so. And we'll give you the link on USBC Facebook and Twitter accounts once we get started.